Hello. Bit tired, how are you? Somehow I have to find some fucking food. I can't figure this out though. Like, still very new. Well, that's cool. Fuck these damn poison flower things. Poison flower things. Like, at least they got a new storage unit. That's pretty cool. Still an early game, you know what I mean? Oh my gosh, I keep getting electrocuted. What is this? Bro, I have so many titaniums, I can't even. Where'd he go? Um, there you are. Wait. Back. Got him. My thumb's been messing up.
30 seconds.
I need to get a larger tank for sure. Ugh, 1 second, I'm getting a blanket.
30 seconds. Oxygen.
I actually can hold my breath for a long time in real life. So, to me, I think it's funny that the amount of time you can hold your breath is very short. Here. That's plus 30 food? I didn't know that. That's pretty good.
30 seconds. Subnautica advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience. Compartment flooded. Seconds.
I don't know what to do with that.
Seconds. Oxygen. Seek medical attention. Seconds.
Okay. Black box. It's Tuba. I'm trapped by Marrow Breach. I don't have any flares. I'm not getting eaten. The cook will not be eaten. I'd rather run out of air. Habitat's gone. Chap lost it. He blew up the beds. Some of us made it out with Ganzo. I'm sorry, Ganzo. I said I was going back to Habitat. I'm going to find the Jubilee, and I don't think they can feed you all. I'm sorry, man. I left you. I don't know where I'm gonna reprint. I don't know what I'm remember. Look, if I find this, the Jubilee went south to the cave where the crabs died. Do you understand? The cave where the crabs...
The noetic advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience. Seconds. User death imminent. Seek fresh water intake. The noetic advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience. Seconds. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Building a processor and a power supply will unlock new fabricator recipes. But the added mass would sink your life pod. A standalone habitat is the next step on your mission. Seek attention. Seek magical attention.
Would love to be able to use these. Oh, that's cool.
organisms may have their own interpretation of your light, from threat display to attempted seduction.
Oh, that's neat.
Congratulations, you have taken a major step towards Zero Jet Day. As a platform for systems like the processor and scanner station, a habitat is a vital investment in your future. A habitat can also be an emotional anchor, proof that you've built something to last. Remember, it's easier to replace a body than a base. The Noetic advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
stole that dry dough from her brother and offered it to you? Right in front of him. An egregious act of sisterhood. Signal location uploaded to PDA. Be cautious. Seawater viral load increases sharply out west of the life pod.
Oxygen efficiency decreased. 30 seconds.
Field notes, wander, not ander. Out here for Nahima, learning to be a biologist. In one spare tank, my favorite site is habitat. Za, 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 za. So, the ocean is full of proteovirus, and now we are full of it too. I asked Nahima, is it a disease like Hurrah? And she said no. Don't you know the difference between virus and bacteria? And I said, give me a break. I learned science on my PDA. But there are different kinds of proteovirus. Look here. Look how the coral grew over this sinkhole. Like a spider, like a plug. And it's emitting virophages. Virus that kills other virus. One strain of proteovirus is in that coral spider. The normal strain. And it's trying to stop a different strain coming up out of that hole. The Nahima calls it the blue strain. Why would a virus want to kill another virus?
You have entered a viral bloom. All other microbial life in the seawater is dead. Use the sonic resonator to expunge bloom carriers and clear the infection. Oxygen.
I can only imagine like doing a job as this normally.
Alright, so we've been having this problem in Subnautica 2, very, very early access. If you build a base and you sort of disconnect them, they sort of end up as two bases, which is fine. You just delete the other one. Well, sometimes it ends up saying this, right? So you want to go deconstruct, cannot deconstruct because it has attachments. Well, the first thing you want to do is look for any attachments on top, solar panels, wall things, even on the inside. This one absolutely has nothing in there we've checked. So how do you actually remove it? Well, as far as I know, they've added something in the game called refund bases. So you click it, and then the one you look at, so basically, yeah, a game updates break your bases. They knew it was a thing. They added it in the game. pretty much you have to make sure you look at it. See, you can look at it, so you make sure you're not destroying the wrong one, and then you press refund. It is that simple, very easy. I can't believe.
For Monkey King here. Today we're going to be going over how to clear bloom infestations in Subnautica 2. So there's one major thing that you need to clear a bloom infestation, and that is the sonic resonator. If you don't have one yet, then go back to our guide, have a look and get hold of one. It's fairly easy to get and you build. You'll need a few things for it, but first, when you go to the big plant, the spores around it that you can see can't be destroyed. Obviously I learned this the hard way. As you can see there, I was trying to destroy it but it didn't work. So what you need to do first is follow the big blue tendril like things all the way. The water will get a little bit murky. It kind of tells you that you're in an area where there's like this viral infection. If you keep on following these routes, eventually you'll get here, you'll get to a place where you can see like these blue glowing bits. And that is what you need to hit with the charge blast. Be careful because there are these little fish that will charge around you. You can kill them with a shot from the charge blast, but in all honesty, I'd just ignore them. Just keep an eye on your health and use health kits if needed. But you should just be able.
So I'm so confused. So you need the sonic resonator.
Threat advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
Premium cuts of meat without the premium prices. It's an Aldi thing.
Hello Pioneers, I'm going to show you how to get to the Black Box Wanderer. If this video helps you, please like it. Leave a silly comment for the algorithm and don't subscribe to me. Alright, you need to get a couple blueprints to build this thing, which is the Sonic Resonator. Now the first place you're going to look is you're going to go directly north. Alright, for just a little bit, I think it's like 300 meters. You might already have it on your map. It was also one of the black box locations, but it's easy to miss the blueprint that you need. Okay, so here it is. Like I said, it's directly north of your life pod.
Hey Ratbags, it's Jade. Little guide today on the sonic and feedback resonator. Basically, this is an item that you can upgrade and it'll allow you to gather some of the big notes. But more importantly, you need it as part of the story to take care of some of the bloom. There's lots of pieces of the sonic resonator. Going from the life pod, the two easiest ones and super close by are going northwest 335, 340. You'll see the coral dome on the right. It's pretty spirally and big, but you'll also notice some of the pylon plants leading to this small little cave. You'll notice a lot of the boxes, and inside will be one of the two scans needed to get sonic resonator. What some people haven't realised though, the second piece is really super close by. So although there's lots of these all around the map in the early stages, these are the two closest. There's a few other little bits here, definitely worth hacking away with your tool and getting a lot of food. There's a bit of water and maybe a battery nearby as well. But otherwise, go inside this small opening and then you'll find the second piece. And there you go, you can now use it to mine some of the bigger deposits all around the map. So now you've got it, you can take full advantage of gathering some of them bigger nodes and a lot more of the resources that you want. And of course, it can be used to scare off some creatures, although it definitely needs a bit of tweaking, and as I said, they're going to be improving it. But yeah, it's pretty short range. The upgrade definitely helps a lot, and you're going to need it to complete more parts of the bloom. But yes, the first few blooms you'll come across, the short version is going to be okay. You just simply need to go up to obviously these anchors or growths and blast it. You'll also be able to get through doorways that are blocked with a similar kind of obstruction, and this way you get access to progressing the story and getting more adaptations. I'm going to do a full guide on all of the blooms, but for now, hopefully you've worked that out enough anyway. And then the upgraded version isn't simply for just being able to shoot balls of charge at creatures. It's actually what you need to then finally finish off the last blooms, as I mentioned. These ones will clam up as you get closer to them. That's why you need the long range shots. And you can shoot at resources with the arrows. So, how do we unlock it? We've got to go and scan more parts, and this will be the feedback resonator that you'll find in the alien ruins. From the alien outpost that you'll find after being directed there by Noah, once you've completed the hot cave and picked up all of the black boxes or black box that you need to just keep swimming east 105. And I will give coordinates to the outpost at the end if you haven't found it yet, but I do recommend you kind of follow the story steps and try not to skip.
There it is. So you need the titanium ingot, the wiring kit, lead. Really? Lead?
Hey Bags, it's Jade. Little guide today on the Sonic and Feedback Resonator. Basically, this is an item that you can upgrade and it'll allow you to gather some of the big nodes. But more importantly, you need it as part of the story to take care of some of the bloom. There's lots of pieces of the Sonic Resonator, going from the life pod, the two easiest ones, and super close by. I go in northwest 335, 340. You'll see the coral dome on the right is pretty spirally and big, but you'll also notice some of the pylon plants leading to this small little cave. You'll notice a lot of the boxes and inside it'll allow you to gather some of the big nodes. But more importantly, you need it as part of the story to take care of some of the bloom. There's lots of pieces of the Sonic Resonator, going from the life pod, the two easiest ones, so I'm super close by. I go in northwest 335, 340. You'll see the coral dome on the right is pretty spirally big, but you'll also notice some of the pylon plants leading to this small little cave. You'll notice a lot of the boxes, and inside will be one of the two scans needed to get Sonic Resonator. But some people haven't realised though, the second piece is really super close by. So although there's lots of these all around the map in the early stages. These are the two closest. And a few other little bits here, definitely worth hacking away with your tool. Get some food, let's get rid of water and maybe a battery nearby as well. But otherwise, go inside this small opening, and then you'll away with your tool and getting a lot of food. There's a bit of water and maybe a battery nearby as well. But otherwise, go inside this small opening, and then you'll find the second piece. And there you go. You can now use it to mine some of the
seconds. Deploy sonic resonator. Explore the hackers to clear the viral bloom from this region.
bigger deposits all around the map.
Donna's loving the sound of selling and earning on vintage. Don't wear it, sell it.
We're doing great things.
So now you've got it, you can take full advantage of gathering something bigger nodes that have a lot more of the resources that you want. And of course, it can be used to scare more side creatures, although it definitely needs a bit of tweaking, and Dota said they're going to be improving it. But yeah, it's pretty short range. The upgrade definitely helps a lot. You're going to need it to complete more parts of the bloom. But yes, the first few blooms you'll come across, the short version is going to be okay. You just simply need to go up to obviously these tankers or growths and blast it. You'll also be able to get through doorways that are blocked with the similar kind of obstruction. And this is how you get access to progress the story and get more adaptations. I'm going to do a full guide on all of the blooms, but for now, hopefully you've worked that out enough anyway. And then the upgraded version isn't simply for just being able to shoot balls of charge at creatures. It's actually what you need to then finally finish off the last blooms, as mentioned. These ones will clam up as you get closer to them. That's why you need the long range shots. And you can shoot at resources for the big nodes. So, how do we unlock it? We've got to go and scan more parts. And this will be the feedback resonator that you'll find in the alien ruins.
It's not letting me get it at all, it seems.
T. Ruby MR, lead pilot. Partial voice data retrieved.
Hey, Subnautica.
Do you remember the flight to the cicada before you were scanned into storage? Ruby. T. Ruby MR, lead pilot. Partial voice data retrieved. Do you remember the flight to the cicada? Before you were scanned into storage, Ruby kept maneuvering the shuttle wildly, and then apologizing to the passengers. I don't know how you felt about it. Personally, I was charmed. She finds her work intoxicating, and that's what life is all about. Loving what you do. Signal location uploaded to your PTA.
Today we're going to go over 5 great base locations in Subnautica 2. They're not necessarily precisely ordered from worst to best, but the last one is definitely the best, and is the one I used in my real playthrough, and the first one is probably the worst. Let's just get into it. Alright, so our first base location is about 180 or so meters away from the life pod out in northeast. Hello there, right next to this angel cone. This location I would give a very good rating for resource availability, at least in the early game. You've got very, very quick access to everything you would need in the early game. There are caves underneath your base here that are filled with resources, so you can just go down there and get all the resources you would need, and there's lead a little bit along that pathway you see over there as well. There's also a huge amount of space available to you to build here. As you can see, it's just, big plates where you can build bases, and there's so much titanium on the ground. This is fully an intentional base location site put in by the devs that they thought you would build at, and it is a pretty good place to build. Please excuse that this base is ugly. I built it in like 10 minutes. You have access to hydroelectric power right here. You of course have easy access to solar power, and bioreactor power is obviously very easy to maintain in the shallows area as well because there's fish everywhere. The two downsides of this base though, and is why it's my number 5, is as you can see it is absolutely infested with nibblers. There's 3 on that side right now, and there's 2 over here, and I think there was another one. Yeah, there's one down there as well. And there are hammerheads floating around who will occasionally smack into you. Now, the thing about that is they're not actually that dangerous. They do very little damage to you, but they're very, very annoying when you're trying to build the base. But they represent no real threat, but it is very annoying. The other issue this has is, of course, it's an early game base location. It's very close to everything that's in the shallows biome, but it's very far away from everything much further into the game, which is mostly to the east. So great resources, great power availability, but for just how annoying it is to build here, it's just not going to beat out the next one, which is a really obvious base location actually. Let's head over there. But yeah, the other base location, not going to spend too much time on it, it's just next to your life pod, about 200 meters away from that one. The main benefit this one has over the other one is you have access to the exact same power, and there's nothing really hostile around here. You're pretty much completely safe. The one downside is you will have to go a couple of 100 meters over there to get all the really good resources in this biome, but the exchange is that you're not constantly harassed by those nibblers. And of course, the major downside with the shallows one is you're kind of really far away, almost as far away as possible from everything later in the game, meaning your commute is going to be crazy long. But for an early game base start location, you really can't go wrong with just under your life pod. And this is our next base location. Again, a very small base because I didn't want to spend hours and hours building bases. We are about 500 meters east of the life pod. This is going to keep you relatively close to everything you would need in the shallows biomes, and not too far away. There's like a biome border right here, and not too far away from the hot biome here and the other biomes further in the game. I'm going to give you a spoiler warning before we head to the 5th base because it is very spoilery, but I'll try and keep the things around it relatively hidden for you by being there at night time. You have access to easy solar power at this height, of course. Solar power is pretty good as long as you get the battery charger thing, and you actually have really easy access to decent thermal power because the air over here is just like 80 degrees Celsius, and that gives you about, I want to say 75% efficiency on these thermal plants. Not fantastic, but it's about as powerful as a hydroelectric station. So, you know, it's not that bad. You just have to use the resources that spawn in this biome to get to it. Additionally, a nice thing about this base is it's one of the locations where you can build out into the void. Now, you can't build in the void in Subnautica 2, just to be clear. They block you from that currently because of the early access. But there is a few locations where if you get the angle just right, you can extend your base out into the void, and it can be a pretty cool effect. So let's just walk down here. And here's my little void base with a little Reaper Leviathan, and you can see the void edge of the map is actually right there, but you can extend your base just barely into it, which does have the fun effect. You'll get your little warning that it's early access, and if you want to stand here and see what spawns in this area, and perhaps heat it for the next half an hour, it will spawn in while you are standing in a base like this. I hope it can't attack bases. I don't entirely know.
You're shopping with blinders on. It's a meat gold mine over there. Premium cuts.
Yes, something is howling at me out there. That's concerning. Right, so for our next base, we actually only come something like 100 meters down here. And this is a potential cave base. Now, I'm going to be completely honest with you. Cave base, not all that useful. God, that thing is loud. But it's really cool that you can make a cave base, and I thought this was probably the best cave base location I've found in the game that really nails the cave vibe, you know? You are technically open at the ceiling here, but you could fix that with like some buildings and it would look completely cavey. But yeah, you've got plenty of space to actually build in here. You could build a fully functioning base with everything you would need currently in here. And if you come over to this wall, you'll find a thermal vent where you can just stack up loads and loads of these. And you can see you can get them to about 16 power per second, I guess. I don't know what unit it actually works on, but yeah, you can get some power there, and it's effectively infinite. But solar power probably doesn't work very effectively down here. Not honestly that effective of a base, but you know, it's cool, and you have a way out over here that'll take you to some useful places. But it's about the same level of viability as that base I showed you up on the cliffs there. So let's head out to the final base location, probably the best location in Subnautica 2 right now. So final spoiler warning, if you do not want to see what the final area of the game looks like even vaguely, I will keep the lights off, don't worry. Don't continue watching. Thank you for watching so far. Enjoy one of these early game based locations. If you've already played the game and you're just looking for like where's the best spot, I'm going to give an honorable mention for right here. This place is the easiest place to build in this area, and it's kind of really cool, and it's got access to end game and early game resources pretty comfortably. However, the danger level at this location is probably about as bad as it's gonna really get. So you can build here, just be careful, and I wouldn't really recommend it. Let's head over to my actual base suggestion, and yes, I'm looking straight down because it's the only place I can show you that doesn't show you significant spoilers in every direction. Alright, and this is probably the best location in the game. We're about 1,300-ish meters east of the life pod, and I'm going to stop looking over there because I have to be very specific with my looks. Now, in this direction, we can look around safely. This is going to be a location that the game already put a base, rather annoyingly, and pretty much all the really good base locations in Subnautica 2 have a wrecked base there that you can't actually do anything with. It's really annoying, actually. But you can build around this one, you just won't be able to build in the exact, like, position of all of these little pieces of base. You can build around it just fine. So this is the best location in the game. One, because you will get grow beds right here, and two, you have access to thermal power about 100 meters below you if you want to use that. You have access to hydroelectric power there, as well as several more hydroelectric spots over in this direction and over on the other side here, right next to where you would be building your base. So you have infinite power. During the day, your solar panels actually do work. You've got access to an unbelievable amount of materials in the 300 meters surrounding this base. Everything you could possibly need, and the really late game materials, they spawn like 400 meters away in an area nearby. I'm trying to be vague for, you know, spoiler reasons, but you're very close to everything important in this base location. But don't try to come here immediately, you will die. And yeah, you're at the top of a very tall sort of like mountain here, and below you there is huge amounts of materials on the cliffs over in every direction. There is a huge amount of materials. You will not struggle for anything in this area except for the plants that grow in the life pod area. They don't grow here naturally, so make sure you get like these and bring them over and put them in a grow bed, as well as pents, because they're good for bioreactors if you want. Danger levels actually at your base here and in the surrounding areas where you'd be collecting resources is actually extremely safe despite its late game location. But if you go like 300 meters in any direction, be careful. There will be nasty things there. You should probably get a tadpole before you come here for obvious reasons. It's actually really safe. Like, you will not be bothered when you're doing stuff around your base here, but you'll have plenty of time to see those threats coming and adjust for them. And additionally, this base definitely has some cool factor, because the glowing whatever these are really, really cool. And there is a patrolling entity that comes by here that's just really cool to live next to. So yeah, this is a solid base location. One minor limiting factor is you kind of have to build it a little bit tall because there's so many spikes around that it doesn't want you to build on. But you can see I just placed a room and then started building on top of the room just fine, and everything is elevated nice and high, and you got a little cave down here for more resources. Speaking of resources, if we just go behind the base here, you can see there's just mountains of titanium, copper, other resources. There's shitloads of silver and copper. There's quartz to the east. There's salt to the south, I think. And you'll find salt clustered around these thermal vents as well. You really can't want for much here. And there's a little extra cool factor. If we come over to these, like, rock formations, they're actually a little tadpole booster. So you can use them to get around if you want. I wasn't actually accelerating when I did that, but it can actually carry you a fair distance, and you can use that to just get around a little bit faster, which is cool.
but it only works when you're in your tadpole, of course. Yeah, that's a nice base amenity that you won't get in any other biomes. So yeah, let me know what your favorite base locations are in Subnautica 2 if you found any that I didn't mention in this video. And if you're new to the game and you want some tips for getting started in Subnautica 2, check out this video popping up on screen right now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Fit everyone in with iPhone 17 Pro and stay connected with AT&T.
Access to everything you would need in the air.
right, building a base in Subnautica 2 is a little bit more tricky than your traditional survival building game. First off, you're going to need to, well, first off, you need to go to the visitor center. But what you need to do after that is you need to build a scanner. Scanner is important because that's how you figure out blueprints to build stuff. Once you have a scanner, if you haven't been to the visitor center yet, if it's not on your map, you can go to your signals and it should, welcome center, my bad, and you should be able to do that. If not, drop out of your life pad and just follow the wire over to the center, because this is where we're going to get a lot of our stuff. And the first thing we're going to do, and you can power this up with a battery. And to get a battery, if you don't have it, real quick, it's like those purple sponges that you find in caves. Break that with your multi-tool to give you acid, and then you can use titanium or quartz, one of the two, to make a battery. And once you have your scanner and you have this place active, what you're looking for is these right here. Like, it's called a habitat builder. The first one's right outside the welcome center sign. And the next one, for me at least, there was a hole in the floor. I had to remove the scrap metal. And then there's an oxygen thing down here. And, oh, there's the purple thing for the battery. So that's, perfect. And right here was the second one. This is how you get the base builder. And this is how you start building the base, right? You need to build the base builder, and then you can build your base. And you cannot connect you might be able to connect it to the welcome center, but you cannot use the welcome center as your base. Like, you can't put the door over it and just fix it. You have to make your own. So, we did ours right outside the life pod. Find yourself a decent spot because you can do windows and everything. And to have a base, all you really need is like 2 platforms and then a tube. And then you have a place to stay and put storage, and that's technically a base. And to find more blueprints, what you'll do is just swim around. The best way to do is like for the pylons with the blue lights. That generally means people were there, or follow wires into caves. They'll have scannable things. Everything you can scan will pop up with a right click. It does use I don't know if you can actually restore your scanner, but eventually it will break. So just be prepared for that. You might want to build a second one. And then the thing about the base is that it needs power. So you'll need solar panels, which you might need to go find and scan. Scan those. I'm not sure where they are, but I know they're out there somewhere. So again, look for the blue pylons and the wires, look for where civilization was, and you'll find stuff. And then the other thing you can do is that you can use batteries. They're not as good, obviously, and I think you need to actually directly put them into your generator or whatever it is in this game. And that'll power it at night, because once the sun goes down, your solar panels stop working. And I was AFK, found out the hard way that basically that means it fills back up with water, you run out of oxygen, and guess what? You die, boy. So be careful with that. And that's it. That's how you basically build a base. I haven't built anything crazy yet. We have like a tube in a room right now. We're still scanning for items. So again, go out into the ocean, scan, get different blueprints. Make sure you get your base building tool.
Didn't tell me anything, man.
Scanning both of those.
It's like Doda.
30 seconds. Seconds. Oxygen. Oxygen efficiency 2. 30 seconds. Oxygen. 30 seconds. Oxygen efficiency decreased. Oxygen. Seconds. Oxygen. seconds.
I see. It should not be so complicated. I feel like I'm in Skyrim.
As you explore the depths of Subnautica 2's watery world, it can be quite easy to get yourself turned about or unsure where to go next. Luckily for you, IGN's interactive map has an incredibly detailed diagram to help you chart your course through these murky seas. We spent a ton of time meticulously touring each of the biomes currently available in the early access build, and here's everything you need to know about the notable regions in Subnautica 2. Spoilers ahead! Subnautica 2's explorable regions currently are split into two areas. A smaller introductory area that has a whole lot packed into a relatively small footprint, and a second
Hey everybody, in this video we're going to show you where you can unlock the room blueprint here in Subnautica 2, so let's get into it. So we're going to be starting from the life pod per usual, and what you want to do is make your way out the front door and go directly north. We're going to be making our way towards the old habitat. If you don't already have this ping in your game, don't worry, you don't really need to pay attention to your surroundings. We're just going to go due north around 350 meters, and once you get over there it'll be pretty easy to spot, as this is basically a giant base under the water. So we'll make our way over there. We're going to speed up the gameplay so you guys don't have to watch me swim for 20 minutes as we make our way over here. But this thing is going to be inside of the habitat at the very top, and we're going to make the entrance at the very bottom. So once we get close over here, we will slow it down so you can kind of see where we're going. This is the big habitat, if you haven't been over here yet. And there's a couple different ways in. The way we're going to go in this time is going to be right over here on the bottom right. So we're going to go all the way underneath this room right here, and there's going to be a hole in the floor we can jump through. Now once we're inside, we're going to go straight into this room and take a left and go all the way down to the end of the corridor where the ladder is. We're going to make our way up the ladder, and we're going to go straight up. So we're going to go in this room and then straight up again into the second room, and fortunately you can breathe up here. And we're just going to go into the main cockpit area, and right here in the corner we can press A to interact, and we'll unlock the...
Hopefully I can get this done correct.
Seconds.
yet. And there's a couple different ways in. The way we're going to go in this time is going to be right over here on the bottom right. So we're going to go all the way underneath this room right here, and there's going to be a hole in the floor we can jump through. Now once we're inside, we're going to go straight into this room and take a left and go all the way down to the end of the corridor. Where the ladder is. We're going to make our way up the ladder, and we're going to go straight up. So we're going to go in this room and then straight up again into the second room, and fortunately you can breathe up here. And we're just going to
About 25 people lived here. They were trying to build a life. Farms and biomods that could support 40,000 sleeping souls. But they didn't make it. Why? Were they sick? Did the Maysfield syndrome subvert them? We have to know. I've activated Dr. Wu Langyi's black box. He's in a viral hot lab. His work may be your best lead. We should salvage what we can. I've retrieved a few files. Gather all the blueprints you can. Especially the scanner station.
a real mind, not like you or me. It can learn facts, but it can't change how it thinks. And why would it? Let me quote the manual. Noah's cephalopod-inspired architecture uses a central administrator to govern limnos at remote work sites. As a frozen AI, Noah is unable to revise its architecture at runtime, reliably controllable by less intelligent systems such as human operators, except under extreme situations. Cephalopod-inspired? An insult to octopodes. It won't let you die. Nice, precious workforce. If you become uncontrollable, it'll wipe your memories and start over. No anger, no resentment. A nice, clean you. Change? Why would it want to change? The damn thing's in heaven.
Nobody wants this. I hate it more than I can say, but it's time. As colony surgeon, I have determined that we can no longer take care of the sick. We don't have the calories to spare. I will not force anyone to reprint. But I ask that once you are too sick to work, you volunteer for recycling into a new body. It won't cure the permanent damage, but it will clean out the metals and virus for a while. At least this is fair. Until we know how to adapt the metals without going Mazefield, we're all going to get sick. I will lead the way myself. Let the record show that Noah did not advise me in this decision.
Shield the focus. Keep the fire away from the lab. Go for it.
Rocket wounds log. Day 755. I think I've cracked it. Sophie and Anita are both right. The Protea virus causes Mayfield syndrome. But only one kind of Protea virus. The blue strain. Maybe it's tainting Anita's angel code adaptations. I've tuned the sonic resonators to destroy the viral crystals cloned by the blue strain. We should test on the angel codes out west with those promising heat shock proteins. And if I'm wrong, hey, I'm just a dietitian. No one should have woken up a virologist.
a licensed fabricator recipe. Seconds. 30 seconds. fresh water intake. Seconds.
Welcome aboard.
30 seconds.
Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
Seconds.
Welcome aboard.
My life is fantastic now. I've become more patient, less angry, way more mature. Malcolm, all of it is you. It's just you.
Hey everybody, in this video we're going to show you where to find quartz here in Subnautica 2, so let's get into it. So if you don't already know how to grab quartz in this game, it's actually much easier than you may think. We're going to jump outside of the life pod here, and what you want to look for are the giant orange domes. These are giant coral domes, and there's going to be quartz inside of all of them. We'll make our way up to one of them here. You want to go on the inside, and you're going to find quartz on the ceiling and the walls. Now, this is going to be the smaller quartz that you can pick up. And keep in mind, some of these domes you're not actually able to get inside of. I want to say this big one right here in front of us on the left is one that you can't get inside of. But all the ones that are open, you can grab small pieces of quartz attached to the inside. But some of them have the giant quartz on the outside, which we'll show you here in a second if we come across one. This is one of the examples of not being able to get inside. But on the outside, you have a big piece of quartz that you can break off, which is pretty cool. So these things are all over the place. If you just have a look around, you're going to see these coral domes everywhere. So really easy to get yourself a large amount of quartz really quickly in the game. But this is where you can find quartz here in Subnautica 2. Hopefully this video helps some of you guys out. I appreciate you watching, and we'll see you in the next one.
That was a lot easier than I thought it would be. That's cool.
Power connected. All systems online.
Seek fresh water intake. Oxygen. Seconds. Oxygen.
Surprised I got that done so quick. And no copper.
Power connected. All systems online. Warning. Power offline. Warning. Power offline.
Damn, already running out of resources.
Now, at McDonald's, wake up to a $4 breakfast
Dude,
meal
that
deal.
scared the
Wake up
shit
to a
out of
sausage
me.
McMuffin or a sausage biscuit. To hash browns.
Subnautica 2 that will teach you to go from the noob tube all the way through to the most detailed bases that you'd be proud to show in a screenshot to your friends, while they live in a box. Picture this. You play Subnautica 2 for maybe an hour, maybe two, and you've already hit the wall with the fabricator because you need a wake maker, a sonic resonator, and some better food than just roasted fish. And you can't keep living with all these deployable storages on the ground because it reminds you of the 150 Uber Eats bags on your floor. So you need a real base. Problem. You've only got two sections to build with, the hatch and the corridor. Yeah, that tends to be how it starts in Subnautica, the majestic noob tube. So, take out your habitat builder and press right click to open the menu and select your corridor. Excellent start, we'll be building in no time. If you move up and down, you'll see that it automatically shows little ghosts of pillars that will come in to support your base. Do keep in mind that these pillars can obstruct things later on in the game, so it's best to start from the bottom of your base first, just to avoid these pillars getting a little bit annoying. Now, you can also use the scroll wheel to rotate the tube. Now, go ahead and place that down, and one thing to note here is that you don't need all the materials for a construct to place the ghost of it down. You just need one part of it. Let's say one titanium, and that will allow you to place a ghost that you can come in and fill in later. The next thing you need, of course, is a hatch. This will let you enter the building. This is considered important for buildings in human culture. Now, this will create a vacuum inside of the tube and allow you to step inside. But, oopsie daisy, there's no air inside. That's gonna suck. So we have to get some power.
Hey Meta, which one is the South Fork?
It's the one in the middle.
And this one?
This one is for oysters.
If I were him, I'd bundle my home in auto and pick up the real victory. Savings.
Are you talking about bowling?
No. Bundle, Jan. Bundle.
Bundle and save with the personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Right now, Subnautica has 4 power sources: solar, hydroelectric, thermal, and and bioreactors, question mark. Solar is your starter. In direct sunlight, these bad boys pump out 8 power during the day, and at night or down deep, they actually still provide 2 power. It's enough to keep your noob tube oxygenated, but until you unlock power storage to hoard the daytime energy, they're kind of unreliable. So what is reliable? Hydroelectric power. Yes, turns out water power is a good source of power in water. You place these in the big suck-off tunnels, yes, that's their official name, where they generate a constant 12 power per second, 24/7. The catch, these tunnels are not everywhere in the map, so you will have to build relatively nearby to one, and they also cost 3 titanium, 3 silver, and 3 copper, making them more on the expensive side. Not a bank breaker, but it's really going to cost you a lot of silver to spam down 100 of these in your suck tunnel. Then you have the bioreactor. This will require ingots to craft, which means it in total takes 6 titanium and 6 copper, and it takes up indoor space, and it forces you to manually give it plants and fish to power it. Honestly, it's pretty annoying, but it does work in literally every location in the game. It's the ultimate energy backup, and if you chuck enough biofuel in, you can even overclock it to a massive 20 power per second, the highest individually in the game. Unfortunately for you, noob tuber, it won't fit in your tube yet, so that's off the table for now. Finally, thermal power. It costs 3 titanium, 3 copper, and 3 gold, and it's highly situational. Place them right on top of a thermal vent for 16 power per second, or just in the general water, I was going to say air, but that's not right, of the graveyards biome for a solid 12 energy per second, and it's essentially free because it just needs ambient temperature, but it only really works if you're living in this biome or near some of the rare hot caves in the game. So to sum it up, solar and hydro are your go-tos unless you're building in a dark cave or a hot zone. Alright, so your noob tube is powered up and ready to pump oxygen into your eager mouth 24/7, but you can't live in a cylinder your entire life, you're not a Pringle! So let's get into the more advanced building techniques, assuming you've unlocked at least all your basic rooms by this point. If not, enjoy that tube cylinder. Behold, the cubed room. What a marvel of engineering, and also a massive pain in your scuba gear clad ass. This room is quite buggy and annoying to work with, but I'm going to try and give you the best advice to use them. You can start off by placing your first room like you would the corridor. Congratulations, you have a cube. This is better than a tube, but right now you still have a noob cube. We must expand our cube to facilitate activities. So you have 2 options here. One, you can take another room and align it alongside the original room and it'll connect automatically, or you can use the new and absolutely infuriating but extremely powerful shrink and grow mechanic. The shrink and grow mechanic also works on this corridor, by the way. So if you come over to the wall, you can use the scroll wheel to change the size of the panel you want to expand by, and then just attach more wall to make the room bigger. But it's not just an outside activity. If you find that you need more room while doing your interiors, you can just push it out from the inside as well, or even pull it in if you find you've got a straggly bit of base you don't know how to use. What happens if you make a cube that is too large and it actually won't let you deconstruct it? Well, that means one of 2 things. Either you've got something inside the cube up against the wall or the ceiling or the floor that you need to remove, or you need to shrink it first in order to bring it down to deconstruction size. Or a secret third option where the game just fucking bugs and it becomes undeconstructible. I love early access games. Anyway, to shrink stuff, press Q to enter the deconstruction mode and then F to shrink your walls. You can then adjust the shrinkage the same way you do with growing the walls. But one of the most annoying things you're going to have to deal with these cubes is getting them to be the right size, because there's no visible measurement or grid system of any kind in Subnautica 2, and the walls certainly don't have any obvious notches that would make their size obvious. Therefore, my recommendation is simple. Measure using corridors. For example, if I want a perfectly even room, the same length on every side, what I'll do is build it vaguely out to the size that I want it to be, and then place the corridors perfectly side by side like this. Make sure they are actually flush against each other and there isn't any gaps. Then you do the same on the other side, with as many corridors wide as you want it to be, and this will ensure that your base is perfectly balanced to the proportions you want it to be at an easy visual glance. Then, once you've done all that, you remove any of the corridors you don't need, and there you go, perfect room. But what about if you want to add verticality to your base? After all, this game doesn't have any vertical connectors like in previous games, so how do we go up or down? Well, rooms double as this feature, and God, I hope you like climbing ladders if you want to make a very vertical base. Place a room on top of another room to create a vertical shaft. Inside these, you can place a ladder. These are one of the most infuriating things I've ever had the displeasure of working with in a video game. I wish I could give you better advice than looking at the floor and or the ceiling and swinging your camera around wildly until it shows green. But I can't. These are little bastards. The one thing to keep in mind is that they won't link into any non-rooms at all. That includes half rooms. They don't count. Speaking of those half round rooms are the only real option you have for circular additions to your base. There's honestly not much to tell you about these half-round rooms because they're actually one of the least customizable modules in the game alongside nooks, which are larger than standard rooms and protrude out the side of your base, adding a great bit of shape and variation to your design and a wonderful place to put like a desk and a modification station. But from some of the most extremely uncustomizable modules in the game to arguably the most customizable aspect of your base, we have windows. Windows come in 3 sizes, and you can adjust this using the scroll wheel. They can also shrink and grow like other modules, but there's so much fun to have with windows. The 1x1 windows create little portholes, which is how I made those in the base locations video, but you can combine these porthole windows to make slit windows vertically or horizontally, which is a great option for adding natural light without necessarily clouding your base with nothing but massive gaping windows. But there's more. If you select the window in your habitat builder again and hover over any of the corners of your larger base windows, you can actually convert them from rounded windows to straightened windows to give more interest to their shape. And for corridor windows, you can actually do the same to make these interesting thin window things. Which brings me to moon pools.
Still staying up late gaming solo? With Hacko AI, get the ultimate companion for your
Really?
playtime.
I noticed that the enemy jungle ramen.
Fun fact, moon pools suck. And I ain't talking about the good suck like the suck off tunnels. What did you think I was talking about? You'll be sitting there about to unlock the tadpole and you just want to make a room to dock it in and you spend the next hour micro adjusting the floor and then pushing out the walls to fit the dock. It's just a nightmare. The key to a good moon pool that doesn't destroy the look of your base is planning out exactly how much space you're going to need and using that corridor trick I showed you earlier to make sure everything stays symmetrical and even, because it very quickly grows to weird shapes when you're trying to expand for your moon pool. Now, you can place moon pools on the floor of your rooms to be able to dive straight into the water or to dock your tadpole. You can also do it from the outside if you'd like. These can be grown and shrunk like the other modules, but they often get bugged and won't actually shrink or grow in the way that you want them to, meaning you kinda just have to delete them, which is infuriating. You need to make these pretty big to accommodate the whole chassis tadpole, by the way, and fit a dock and a vehicle fabricator. But the big problem is that the tadpole dock will never ever perfectly align with the steps of a corridor, which is just fucking peachy. Therefore, you'll always need to build it off-center from any corridors coming into the room if you suffer the burden of eyes or sanity. But then, the dock will need some floor space to actually fit it in, so you need to leave some space for it. It's not as bad as I'm making it out to be, but it is very fiddly, and the non-alignment of the dock stairs and the corridor stairs is quite infuriating. So when it comes to making your bases look good on the outside, it's important to remember, first of all, that it's all subjective and what you like is probably going to be different from what I like, but here's some good tips, I think, to make them look more interesting, at least, than what I have on screen right now. Number 1, flat is boring. Number 2, cubes are boring. Number 3, default roofs and walls are boring. How do we fix those problems? Well, problem number 1 is most easily fixed by just making variations in the height of your base. Use those rooms to make towers upwards or downwards that take you to new sections of the base. But problem number 2 factors in here as well. See, you absolutely can fit everything you need for a base in a large ugly cube, and that's great if you want your base to look like shit. If you don't, you want to make separate compartments for different things and connect them with proportionate corridors to break up the shape. A good way to think of this is actually quite realistically. Imagine this. Your base is a big cube, and some horrifying demonic monster of the ocean comes over and takes a big bite out of your base. Oops, now everything is flooded and your base is screwed. Now, imagine you separated all your main components out with corridors which have bulkheads on them to block flooding and maintain pressure in different sections of your base. Now, of course, base attack, structural integrity, and bulkheads are not yet in Subnautica 2, but you can make your base look more visually cohesive and interesting by adding these logical additions in your imagination. Now your base looks more like a logical complex with dedicated compartments for sleeping, recreation, power, tadpole base, production, and anything else you want to put in there. A hockey rink, for example. But we still have problem number 3. The default roofs and walls are boring, and you're missing out, I think, on the opportunity to tell a story with your base looking like this. And I don't just mean that to be extremely pretentious. Look at this base. Can you tell me from the outside what any of these sections are actually for? Well, you may guess that the big glass sections are for recreation or looking around, while the more walled off stuff are for rooms with stuff on the walls, or maybe rooms that require privacy like bathrooms. But what about this? These walls with windows show that this room is supposed to be travelled through or sat in rather than exclusively for functional purpose. And they show that these sections are probably less structurally important if they're not made out of the pure titanium. The roofs of these sections have communications equipment and electrical panels, and the walls have aesthetically balanced vents and electrical panels as well. Look at this section. Windows are used minimally, because they're exclusively for orientation and natural light in the case of electrical interruptions or some other disaster. The roofs are riddled with pumps and electrical attachments, with walls scattered with highly functional vents and other associated doodads. It's actually pretty ugly to look at closely, but that's the point. These areas of my base aren't built to look nice and to be pleasing to walk through. In fact, they have bayed interiors and often very scary, dark, long hallways. But they are functional, and these parts are for my power systems and my production areas, and they are built with the appearance of being functional designs that are made in a more Spartan way, rather than being concerned with aesthetics. And while it does look ugly up close, when you zoom out to the full-scale base, you can actually see that it makes a more complete picture of a real ocean colony, where you can have a good idea probably of what everything in this base does just by looking at it. And then of course we have my farming section, and nothing adds colour to your base quite like farms. They're not only really useful for various things you might need, but you can use the grow beds to decorate any bare roofs and ledges that you don't just want to add more panels and antennae to, because there's not that many decoration options right now anyway. So you can use those plants to really, really spice up the visuals of your base right now. Now you can build them just like any other block with growth and shrinkage, and you can even use that mechanic to create little planters, basically, that are little plant pot additions to your base. It is very tedious, but this is about decorating an endgame base. You're probably done with the game and have nothing else to do at this point anyway. But that's only how you make a cool outside. We have a new problem. The interior looks like this. Well, the first issue is lighting, but there is a problem with lighting beyond it not having any on my base. Lighting absolutely devours your power, and it causes a lot of lag. So beware that this is a bit of a massive endgame luxury. So, what do we have? Well, we get several lighting options, and all of them are very difficult, again, to align with things because there's no grid system or visual measurement system when you're placing these down. So I would strongly suggest place down as many lights as you want, and then begin straightening them out using landmarks like windows. Like the center of a window is easier to measure against rather than just the ceiling. After lighting, you may want to consider things like interior walls, and these can be placed using similar controls to everything else, and then you can add arches and interior doors to those to add extra elements of interest to them. You can, by the way, adjust the width of those arches as needed as well. I like to use them to make pillars out of the interior walls rather than having any actual interior walls. But honestly, even with the limited interior decoration options in Subnautica 2, in my opinion, you can do a lot with what we have here. First, remember these panels I showed you for the outside? These work inside too and are a great way to fill an empty wall with something other than a functional block or a poster. Speaking of posters, posters are a great way to add a pop of colour to a flat wall in your base. You've also got the bed and chairs. These are great decorative clutter, and you can see I use chairs in every room, but also if you sit or sleep in them, you won't drain any food or water, so you can sit and you can read through any logs you've maybe misunderstood or any databank entries, or just go AFK in multiplayer without starving or dehydrating to death, which is actually really helpful. Now, the only Altera-styled table we have access to is the dining table, but it's quite visually versatile, and there's something I discovered when making this video. You can actually place objects on tables in this game. That is some next-gen stuff right there. Similarly, you can place wall racks on your base that work just like hardpoints on your tadpole. You can place deployable storage, oxygen generators, work lights, and beacons, as well as most of the hotbar tools except for the wake maker on those hardpoints. I love to put these near moon pools as like work equipment you might hypothetically be grabbing in an emergency when you're diving out of your base for repairs or something. You can see I have like a maintenance access point that is just above my hydroelectric stuff, because hydroelectrics are actually not connected to your base in any way other than power transmitters. So I like to put these little maintenance passages with a bunch of emergency equipment where, in theory, if these were ever attacked, you could go down and make fast repairs to them and then quickly get back up into the base. Not strictly necessary, but it adds a lot of visual coolness to my base that makes a lot of sense. You also have bio beds, NOAA nodes, fabricators, and storage containers, which all make great ways to fill spaces. I like to make bedrooms, production rooms, storage rooms, medical rooms with NOAA nodes, bio beds, tables, and lab chairs. And if you really just need to fill a room that you only added for exterior aesthetics, you can make a lab out of just dining tables, lab chairs, bio labs, processors, and storage. It's just a research room, which is an extremely versatile thing to add to a base in this game, because yeah, there's going to be research being done, right? There's a lot you can do with the very small list of items we currently have in this game with just a little bit of imagination. But hopefully that's enough to give you all the stuff you need to know to make your bases really what you want them to be. Except for one thing. Where do you build? Well, turns out I have a video for just that thing, and it'll be popping up on screen right now. And if you found this video helpful, be sure to subscribe for that fragment.
That was quite interesting, this video.
In Subnautica. So as you guys know, there are a few storage options in the game that you can use. You have the wall locker as well as the floor locker. You can eventually get this tailing chest here. Now this tailing chest is massive in size, but it does not hold a lot of materials. It's mainly for aesthetic. I'm going to deconstruct that. Straight away you may think I want to use the floor locker. It makes sense because it does hold 30 as opposed to the wall locker's 20. But if you optimize the way you actually do your layout, you can hold plenty more storage in a smaller amount of space. So for instance, in this room right here, I'm allowed to put 5 floor lockers along this wall. Now keep in mind, floor lockers cannot stack. You cannot stack them on top of each other at all. You can't put them up on a wall. So this is the maximum I can do in this room. And as you guys know, each of these are 30 apiece. So this wall alone equates to 150 storage just for this wall. Well, that's maximized. That's as much as I could do. If you guys look, there are some wall storages that I put over here. I'm going to turn around. I'm going to show you guys how I maximize my storage, the best storage solution in Subnautica to use. The least amount of space. As you can see, we can put plenty more wall lockers along one wall than we can floor lockers. So for instance, these are only 20 a piece versus the 30. But as you can see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have 12 on this wall. So this top row is 120 and this bottom row is 120. This gives me 240 as opposed to my 150. Now this can even go further if you really want. I just don't do it because I don't think it looks good. But you can even put these lockers in the corner like this. They do snap into place. So that adds another 40 just to this wall if you want to do that. I don't like doing that just because I don't like the way it looks. I'm going to delete that. This is how I do my layout normally. So I do 2 of one material and then 2 of another material on the top. And then as you can see, we have 2 faunas, 2 materials here, 2 crafted, and then these are miscellaneous items that I have not fully categorized. Let me delete all this. Titanium, titanium, then you have copper, copper, quartz, quartz, silver, silver. But in my opinion, this is the best solution when it comes to storage in this game. As you can see, I also have that storage over here. So like for instance, I have 40 storage on this wall, whereas if I were to use a floor locker, I would have had no storage here. I wouldn't have even been able to put it here unless I put it here, which would have took up a ton of space. I do not want to do. So wall lockers, in my opinion, are the best storage solution in Subnautica 2, and if you use them right, if you optimize them right, they can be utilized in a lot of different ways and are very workable for your base. And if you disable snapping for the wall locker, you can basically put them anywhere. As you can see, we have them all right here. You put them in between here just to showcase it. Put them along this wall. I'm going to delete all this, but this is just to show you guys that just because the floor locker has more storage does not mean it's the most optimized due to the amount of space and the amount that you can hold in one room or one area.
Alright, let's see. So wall light's large. Copper and titanium. Needs glass.
connected. All systems online.
So you can turn your girlfriend's hangry puppy into your biggest fan.
What's bad?
Hey everybody, in this video we're going to show you where to find quartz here in Subnautica 2, so let's get into it. So if you don't already know how to grab quartz in this game, it's actually much easier than you may think. We're going to jump outside of the life pod here, and what you want to look for are the giant orange domes. These
seconds.
Welcome aboard. Warning. Power offline. Power connected. All systems online. connected. All systems online. Warning. Power offline. Power connected. All systems online. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Seconds. Seconds. Welcome aboard. Power connected. All systems online. Warning. Power offline. Seconds. Power connected. All systems online. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
30 seconds. Thirty seconds. Oxygen.
You're shopping with blinders on.
Welcome aboard.
There we go. Hey, John Fly, welcome to the chat.
Seek fresh water intake. Thirty seconds. Seek caloric intake. Seconds.
Warning. Power offline. Power connected. All systems online.
Seek fresh water intake.
Warning. Power offline. Power connected. All systems online. Warning. Power offline.
That's cool. Alright, so I have it as in food, weapons,
Seek fresh water intake.
medicine, and minerals. Although I'm probably gonna need to make another. It says I need more titanium. Okay.
Seconds. Seconds. Oxygen.
I actually really like what I made here.
Warning. Power offline. Welcome aboard.
I think this is like so annoying to constantly like be looking for food and water. Yeah, so there we go. Now I should have enough food to last me a while. And I could just put this in here. go. So that could just stay on there as another form of storage. And then I can use this. Awesome, so I can add 2 floors. Okay. What I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to make this larger.
Warning. Power offline. Power connected. All systems online.
Actually, I don't think I can make this much taller than what it is.
Welcome aboard.
Okay. This is gonna suck. Okay. I'm gonna make this like a little bit taller. We already got a move floor.
Welcome aboard.
It's really fantastic. I like that a lot. Alright, let's see if we can do some more over here. Storage units. Looks like I'm running out of power though. Let's see. Damn, I gotta get more of that shit. Titanium and copper. So 2 coppers, 4 titaniums. That was so random and weird. It's looking snazzy.
Welcome aboard.
Hey, Anna James. I would say yeah, it's worth it for sure, just because it's just so peaceful. Like it's very customizable. You know, you can like even right now I'm making my own little world. Um, and you can't beat that. You can play single player. That's what I do. I really enjoy that. It just the fact that you could see like this, you're not actually having to swim like this is a really nice thing. Don't get me wrong, like I love swimming. I'm very good at swimming. I can hold my breath extremely long. Okay. But you know, sometimes it's thundering outside and I want to go swimming and I can't because it's I'll die in the thunder. So, just to be able to experience this while we're having tropical weather is wonderful. Um, I say this is comparable to a game like Skyrim, for example. And I played survival mode, so it's a little more difficult, but that's okay. And I like the feeling of being able to enjoy the game while being alone. I've heard you could play with people, but I play this game so I don't have to play with anyone. But, you know, like, that allows me to have fun. You know, I play other games like Overwatch and, you know, stuff like that, to where it's overly competitive for no fucking reason. And that's just absolutely, like, miserable, you know what I mean? Because it's like, you know, I don't want to stream Overwatch and then be told, like, oh, well, you suck or something. You know what I mean? I want to be able to play the game and everybody be at peace. I don't particularly like arguing while I'm streaming, you know? And so if you're looking for a game that you could stream while not having to, like, struggle, this is the one. And obviously there's, like, you know, some bosses that you have to fight, but, like, well, you don't really get to fight them right at the beginning, but, you know, there's things that you get to do that are interesting. And, you know, it's still, like, you could play this game and you don't have to try hard, you know what I mean? That, I think that's worth its weight in gold, personally. Because I want people to watch the game and then be happy. Literally, I've had times where I play Overwatch and I die, and people are just, like, so toxic about it. And, like, I don't really like that. I just genuinely want to have, like, a good time. Oh.
30 seconds.
I built this, by the way. I built it a little wrong.
Welcome aboard.
I like the height of it, but, like, I would like those to be taller. Easy peasy. One thing I will say about this game though is it really pushes that survival mode. If you're doing survival mode, like, so if you don't get your water, there's a clock on that. And that can be really tough for some. It was really hard for me in the beginning, but once I got it down, I was Gucci.
Welcome aboard.
I recommend doing what I'm doing right now, which is you build yourself a base and then you store a bunch of stuff. See how I'm making all these waters? Just fill her up. Stuff that shit full of water. And once you got it all, then you're good. Like, see, this right now is my consumables, which means it's all things you can eat and drink. Although right now, my health is running low. Yeah, see, because you get hungry. It can be a pain in the ass. That's my weapons. This is my medical. So I try to keep like 1 or 2 foods with me. A couple of flares to get rid of the monsters. And then I got my crystals. Looks like I got a lot of those. I think I'm just gonna put more into the lobby right here. Let's see, put this guy here. enough of those to last me a while. Actually, I'm going to take this, put it in this one. So far, I haven't been able to stop playing this game. It's so addicting.
Seconds.
These little buggers here, they're your water source. And once you like go up to the coral, that's the coral comb, you could eat the actual terrain, you know, the animals here, the aliens or whatever you want to call them.
30 seconds.
But yeah, you have to like craft everything.
Seconds.
Welcome aboard.
30 seconds. Oxygen.
Welcome aboard.
A stocked up fridge. I think it's probably as good as it's gonna get. Honestly, I think this is the best way to go about it because so much storage, so annoying.
Finger and click on it, and then you name it whatever you want.
I think most of us can agree at first, Subnautica feels like a calm dive into an alien ocean. And then, well, reality hits hard. So, here's 15 things I really wish I knew about Subnautica before playing. Hey, you want to know how to rename your lockers like this? All you gotta do is see when your hand turns into a finger, and click on it, and then you can.
rules are simple. Keep the perimeter sensors on alarm, no matter how many false positives you get, and do not go out alone. They are hunting us. We don't know why. Someone made a mistake a long time ago, and we have to live with it. The damn thing is, maybe it was one of us. Maybe they see us and say, look, it's that soft criminal, back from the dead again. Let's get the freak. And we don't even remember what we did.
Seconds. Contact. All-terror starship wreck detected.
Hey, gun jump. You hear that? Jump, close. Everybody get your flares ready. Keep them away from the kids. Two of them. Hey, Obama. Uh-oh.
Seconds. 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 Oxygen. 30 seconds. Oxygen. Thirty seconds. Oxygen. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Don't tell me I died.
Range lost to suffocation. Rebreathing.
Ugh.
Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard.
Hmm.
Welcome aboard.
How giant are Zaxby's giant wraps? So giant, they need their own zip code.
Who's got the sauce?
Seek caloric intake.
Warning. Power offline. Power connected. All systems online.
way faster than normal. It's not quite a tadpole, but it's a massive upgrade you need right now. To unlock the blueprint, you have to scan 3 fragments. Here is exactly where to find them. First, head 15 degrees north of the life pod, just past the broken ship. You'll find a fragment in a box next to a science lab platform at 30 meters depth. Second, go about 120 degrees southeast of the life pod for 200 meters. Look for a science lab platform on the open seabed near the coral crabs. The fragment is on a desk at 25 meters deep. Finally, head 45 degrees northeast of the life pod for 200 meters. There's a science lab platform on a cliff at 20 meters depth with the last fragment in a box. Once you have the blueprint, you can't use the life pod fabricator. You must use an improved fabricator that you've built yourself. To craft it, you'll need 1 silver, 1 wiring kit, 1 grease, and 1 basic battery. To get these, use silver and copper wire for the kit, 1 lucifer rod sack for the grease, and 2 copper with an acidic rain pouch for the battery. Pro tip, always carry a backup battery in your inventory so you don't get stranded at the bottom of the ocean when the power hits 0. Like and subscribe for more Subnautica 2.
Welcome aboard.
Biomass in this region is dominated by a single species of large jelly. Simple ecosystems are often a sign of ecological crisis.
Yo, what the fuck is that?
Oxygen. 30 seconds. Seconds. Seconds.
Hey Susie B, thank you for following. How are you today? Hey, I don't know why you post your Discord, but I can't talk on Discord while I'm streaming, no offense.
Seconds.
Yeah, I already gave my answer. Did you understand what I said? Because I will ban you if you don't understand. Hey, Zandy man, what's up? Trying to figure out how to get to this fucking wreckage. Have you ever played this game?
Psychological attention.
Oh, I see. I'm very new to this game. How long did it take you to play? Is this wreckage something that's explorable? By the way, because I'm like trying really hard. I somehow missed the blueprint that I need for the gun. I had initially came over here to look for it. See, I thought it was to the northwest. The fuck is this thing? Oh, that's that thing with the gunk. Yeah, like how? Is there a sign? 'Cause I assumed that would be the door, but I went all the way to the edge of that. Gunk blocking a hole. Oh. I'm guessing you need that gun to get through. I don't even see this gunk.
Psychological attention.
Yeah, you need a sonic resonator. So where from my vantage point is the blueprint? Like, where's the ship? Like, is there a way to see that? Like, because Google says it's over, like, northwest, and that's what I ran into. I've zapped a couple of the. Alright, so for my I mean, I have the, well, I meant to say I have the blueprint, but I'm trying to get, like, the titanium ingot, and I was reading that you had to get the blueprint for the scanner. Yeah, like, you know, the scanner? Or not the, yeah, the blueprint for the scanner. I don't know. Yeah, I read somewhere that the blueprints for that were at a shipwreck. Wow, my base is already.
Welcome aboard.
I guess it doesn't have. Well, so I don't have power to this yet because it's not daylight.
Welcome aboard.
And I already messed up on my thing. You know, you know how you have to space it, right? Like, I forgot to make it bigger. So I have all this shit done. I don't know. Is there a way to fast forward the time in the base in the game?
30 seconds.
So this was available, but then there's this big thing on it now. Oh, that sucks. Titanium ingot. And then I have a. Let's see, what is it? The scanner. Yeah, missing one. No, I don't have processor. Wait. Does this mean I do? Huh. So I need copper wire and mild acid. Oh. Okay. So. All my supplies are down there. Fuck. So is there a way to get power at night? Because I have like 10 billion fucking solar panels. Find more what? The turbines. Can you be more precise of what you mean by that?
Power connected. All systems.
Like, how do I get like power to this base that I've made? Because it's a pretty base. Other than the solar panels. Because I don't think the turbines are going to do much here, right? Yeah, I see this hydroelectric turbine. Mild acid and copper wire. Yeah, but is there an undercurrent near this base? Man, I wish I could make this taller. Damn, it looks shit there. Titanium ingot. The output of what? How do I get it to actually do it? Oh, I see what you're saying. Clearly, I'm tired because I've been playing this game all night. I liked it. Normally, I'd sleep. Where are you from? Oh. Okay, so it's like 4 a.m. for you. Damn, I don't know, man. I like this thing. It won't let me move it closer to the wall. That sucks.
latest blueprints include several components not based on Altera designs or any known human engineering. Despite these irregularities, the resonator will selectively capture mineral deposits and a narrow range of alien biomolecules.
So what do you recommend I do for this? Because this thing is huge. Am I going to need this a lot? See, I liked this because it was like I got to look at the ocean. Now I got this thing up blocking my view. You need it lots? Damn. I mean, I could do... I guess. I don't really like that there either. Because it's blocking my view. So I chose this size because I was like, alright, I need... So I got room for everything here. I've got my food, my medicine. Well, this is my, like, weapons and stuff. Like, well, if you call that a weapon. The flare. I've got my medicine, my fabricator. This has got my gemstones. This one has titanium and metal. This has got like all more gemstones. This has like flora and fauna. This has like computer parts. And this one has all water. You know, because you run out of water quick. That way I can like replenish and have a good time. And then I got this so I could just chill and like relax and look at the sea. Here for a friend if they want to play. Oh, I haven't played with anybody yet. And then I got this one. And then I just kind of put this here because I didn't know what to put on the table. It's a really nice game. I'm down for suggestions. I chose this location for my stuff because the you know, the thing is here. And I liked that it was close by. I didn't like those fucking lurkers. This kind of looks weird on top, by the way. That's what's powering my... This is what's powering my thing. I got like... How many is this? 6 of them up there. I don't know if I should have had more. Yeah, you couldn't beat the locale, you know what I mean? Because you've got a whole bunch of stuff nearby. And so this thing, how does this work? Can I kill that flower? Oh, okay, hold on. No. Nothing? Not even the aliens that kill you? So what does this do? Just clear passageway? That's so weird.
30 seconds.
I know, I'm asking, like, what do I use this gun on? Or whatever this is. Yeah, I figured. Blooms and ore. Let me put this over here really quickly. I went right past it. I love how pretty this looks.
Welcome aboard.
This would be great for a dinner date. Sugar of Saturn. That would be epic, wouldn't it? Gotta have like crab legs here. I know, right? That's right. I could totally picture this being like a crab boil place. You know, one of those fancy places where they give you all the crabs and all the scallops, potatoes and corn. It looks exactly like a place like that. Has the same vibe. Alright, let's see. I still haven't figured out how I want to expand it. Because I wanted an underwater swim thing. Those sea monsters look scary. I wish they had like the little swim machine. I see that on YouTube a lot. You know what I'm talking about? The wake maker. See, this would make sense to swim under. Like, the other areas are too shallow.
Warning. Power offline.
Damn. Power dies so quick in this game. There's something like what in this game, and there's stuff to help along the way, like what? What's worth focusing on, the wave maker or the power thing? Isn't there a crab nearby too? Could have sworn there was a crab. The poop can help you with power. Saw some videos of people with the plants on their house that looks pretty unique. Oh, I see. Because I was like, I could have sworn I saw that fucker. No. Right, I have to go back to the surface. I'm trying to find that beacon, is what I'm trying to do. I guess it's down here. Great. I'm getting killed. Oh, fuck. Tried, man. I tried. Luckily, I didn't have too much that I lost. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm still new. Like, it takes forever.
Power connected. All systems online. Welcome aboard.
I hate those stupid shark things. Is there a way to avoid dealing with these people? These people, you know what I mean? These annoying things. Oh, so you have to aim at them. I thought you said they don't have weapons. Oh.
Welcome aboard.
This game takes like all of the resources. Feels like Skyrim, honestly.
Seconds.
I wish this thing would, like, you know, fire quicker too.
which got me. I should have brought flares. Stupid. Had a parasite on it. Full of virus. Blue virus. I got scanned. It doesn't match the virus. In her blood. The Rex won't move. You can't fix it. Charlie's tourniquets. Listen, Misty, Balloon isn't Mayfield. Blue's wrong. Balloon isn't Mayfield. It hurts.
Man, that mode is hard.
You can kill me for dying again.
Mind ghost to suffocation. Reprinting.
Yeah. How did you survive?
Welcome aboard.
I wish there was like a map option so I could know where I'm going.
Oxygen. The pink viral balloon was produced by an infected angel cone. The cone contains infections, but it must be cured of virus. Treatment must begin with the juvenile cones nearby. Following infected rock boars may lead you to the incubators.
I don't know what combs they're talking about.
Oxygen.
This feels like a big animal. I think it's possible. I'm gonna guess that is an animal. Am I missing something? Is it not around this area? Save her kids. How am I gonna save her kids? I'm gonna die. Okay, so follow the crab legs to the other things. It's like hardly letting me swim. Oh, I see what you mean.
Oxygen.
I'm gonna die. There we go. Oh, I see.
Suffocation.
Ooh. Damn, that's the first aid kit. Oh my goodness. So, like, if I take the gun off, you're saying I could swim faster? I might. We'll see. Maybe I should quit. It was nice meeting you, though. I'll go rest for a bit. You should follow me, and then we can hang out again, right? I see. It's nice meeting you, too. Thank you for the follow. I followed you back. Yay! Alright, well, I will go rest, and I'll talk to you later. Alright. Yeah, thank you for your help. I appreciate that. It's a really wonderful game. I wish I was giving you prime stuff, but I'm just figuring it out as I go along, you know. But you have a good night. Alright, bye.